Oh, I wonder if this is going to break down because of the stream. It might break down just because of the uploads. What if I'm How's that? That's doable. How's that? Oh, fuck. Whoa. This laptop mic is tetchy. Unfortunately, I'm going to drop some audio quality there. Let me know if either the music audio or my mic audio is problematic. I have Stream up on my phone. Probably needs to get plugged in. We'll worry about that in a second. The only other issue I have is that I'm playing the audio on the main PC as a test. uh I'm a little quiet and you don't really hear the music. All right, that means I tuned things a little harshly. 1 second. Let me give myself some more audio quality and we'll bump up the music audio a little bit. What I'm doing is I am parsecing into my laptop from my laptop to my main PC, which has 3 screens. So I have to click buttons on my laptop every time I change the screen, which is why, like, currently you guys can see only the main screen here, but I'm digging through like 4 screens worth of screen. Uh, hey Nucci. So my concerns are if my audio starts getting choppy or this I freeze again, like I did at the top of stream, which I'm pretty sure came because I reset my internet. But I had the idea of doing this setup so that I can write on my laptop, which sometimes is more comfortable for me. Sometimes it's not. But right on my laptop in a different setting, which is my living room, which I'll show stream at some point because it's awesome. Uh, so I'm in a different chair, and then I get to actually use my beautiful music backdrop. And then I had to upgrade Discord. So I just learned that Discord now has a experimental audio capture setup, which means you guys get to actually hear. I can have it targeting my music audio capture, and it'll work. And then in theory, I have everything set up so that when it goes to the VOD, it's not saving to the VOD channel. Um, which somebody pointed out, and I was like, shit, right, I knew about that. But so in theory, my VOD won't get pulled down. This is what happens when you accidentally double dose your Adderall in the morning, and then because of a cough, you decide you're going to drink some black tea in the afternoon. Uh, this is shit I've been meaning to work on forever. What's also really nice is because I'm on my laptop, uh, but because I'm on my laptop, I can alt tab off of this page, which is my story page, like in complete impunity. So I don't have to worry quite as much about accidentally having something pull up when I alt tab. Um, the problem is if I ever have a bad internet day, this entire setup is fucked. Uh, there are there are non-internet based sort versions of this setup. I just didn't want to run. I'm running very little on this laptop. The other fun thing is if I'm distracted looking at things on the internet now, you can't tell because I'm still looking at the camera. I have parseced into my main computer for that bit for control, but I'm using an application called Video Ninja. Did I freeze? Am I back? Okay, so I can't be on the internet on my laptop because I think it depends too much on upload download stuff. So that shit got weird. I literally opened a random page. The camera stuttering is one concern. The audio is the other concern. As long as my audio is clear. And again, there's a better solution for this. But at least we get me in front of my wall of books. I probably should have scooted down one because that's the wall of books that has all of the writing books. This is my TBR shelf over here, which is why it's so shameful looking. It- yeah. The only reason I use Parsec was because I have it installed on everything. It works. Like I know it works. And I don't know if it would work for the camera grab. I also know Sunshine and Moonlight works. I just didn't even consider that. Don't mind me eating dinner on stream. I'm a professional, I promise. I need to get one of those corporate uh like 10 prong extension cords and I need to run it into my and like some gaffer tape. And I need to run it up in under my tower. I was all in for doing an NDI source. Um but apparently they depreciated NDI sources. So I'm gonna have to learn a whole new shit when I start doing this at work. Uh, oh, I don't remember what NDI stands for. Network Direct Interface. It's cool shit. The NDI stuff is really cool. I guess it would be deprecated. You know, I don't know for sure if it was deprecated or not. I know it was broken when I reloaded the new version of OBS, and I couldn't mess with it. I'm sure there's a different way to figure out a solution for it. Oh my god, you guys get to hear the fucking stupid ads now, which means I'm gonna probably need to actually pay for the ad blocker. Oh, yeah. Uh, that seems like capitalism to me. I think TOS is in favor of that. I think tomorrow morning we might do this as well. And I'll just need to make sure I put away the pill bottles that are out in my living room right now, so you guys can see my living room. This is a really funny setup I have going right now because this camera is streaming. OBS is pulling it down as a browser source and then re-uploading it back up to you guys, which is roughly the height of inefficiency. Camera's gonna get choppy for a second while I open some stuff. Valid. I lost chat for a second. I'll be back, chat. It's gonna be one of those cases where the fact that I have a second phone lying around is gonna be super useful, isn't it? Oh god, I can hear myself. Listen, I thought about the really long cable. There's an NDI pub plugin I can use. Which will work. Good. What I might do is set the web put NDI on this thing. So that at least my network camera is, well, I was just thinking for chat, but I could use the spare phone as the wireless webcam as well, or in but that is an NDI setup because I know how to do that. You install the NDI app, which I think is like $5 or something, on your phone, which I own. And it basically turns the phone into an over the network source. I use that for work. Oh, I didn't know it was also built into into Windows. Well, I need to move over to Linux anyway. That is something that the double dose of Adderall did not let me do, which was move my main PC to Linux. Oh, yeah, I guess there is a whole Linux app store that exists that I never consider. But at least some of this is me wanting to do an experimental setup so that if I get a sewing machine, which is pretty high on the list, if I can get my hands on a sewing machine, uh I can, because right now my main camera setup is a webcam in my office. Uh but if I can get it set up in a way, I have a whole second desk now in my office because my office is huge and I want to do a little bit of sewing, but I know what's going to help me do the sewing is streaming it. Shit. All right, we're going to take the music down because the music's not working. But in its place, I'm going to go mess with my main computer for a second. All right. Instead of YouTube Music, because part of the reason I'm on this setup, like as is so that I don't get distracted by watching the video. We'll see how this works for ADHD. Uh, but we're switching over to some Spotify, which is already a lot better sounding. And worst case scenario, I open it here. Oh, but we lost. Hold on, I screwed up. Real quick, hold on. Copy. How do I copied, paste, duplicate? There we go. Oops. Is it Alt? Yeah. Spotify, where do you keep your title? Oh, great. Sorry. Move here. Where's the music name? Oh, way the fuck over there. Okay. Cool. And there will be no ads on Spotify, not because I pay for Spotify, because fuck Spotify, but because I'm on a family plan. So, I'm unfortunately part of the ecosystem. Man, this is again where if I had the second phone, well, I have the second phone. If I had the second phone set up, I could control my Spotify. Did my audio just break? My stutter's probably one of the dumbest things to happen. Which is that I opened Spotify on my laptop and it freaked the fuck out of Parsec. And apparently my video camera, which probably is a CPU thing, but there was very minimal internet contact. I wish there was a hotkey to switch between displays in Parsec. I bet there is. I bet I could set that up, huh? But now I can control the Spotify music from I mean, I'm using an Inspiron 14. I'm not using the height of technology over here. An Inspiron 14 7000 from Jesus 8 years, 6 years ago. No, it's a good little machine. I did screw up with this, and it does have Windows 11 on it, which is really ironic. Maybe it doesn't. No, I didn't screw up with this one. I screwed up with the one at work. This is kind of a makeup stream from last week. Because I hadn't realized it last week, but I was getting sick again. It's been a weird fucking February. Uh, and so Saturday I was supposed to stream, and I just kind of laid around and hugged the cat all day. Not a bad thing, really, right? Like, let's be real. The cat deserves all the snuggles in existence. But that was like all I did all day that day. And I was like, man, I did nothing. And it was nice, but like, man, I did nothing. I listened to like podcasts and then it turns out I was getting sick. I went and played Twilight Imperium while being like, man, I feel a little weird. Like I feel a little run down. But like I had acid reflux all last week. I wasn't sick, but I had all acid reflux all last week, so I'll be fine. My voice is shot, but it's from the acid reflux, and everybody's like, "Was it?" And I was like, "Actually, yeah, for the most part." Uh, Played a 13-hour board game with people. Great time, great people. Uh, and then like went to work Monday, and people were like, "You should not fucking be here." And I was like, "No, this got worse. I shouldn't be here." Pushed through, and then just didn't go into work the rest of this week. But wasn't able to do anything besides lay around and hug the cat until the fever broke Wednesday, which started Monday night, maybe a little earlier even, and I just didn't notice because I was like, "Am I sweating because I'm like overheating and using my brain, or am I sweating because I have a fever?" I don't know. Uh, Fever broke Wednesday, and then I had a cough in my chest, and that like basically meant I continued to do nothing for the next 2 days. This is the most I've talked, except for last night for D&D. Uh, which I was like notably tired then. I'm a lot better now than I was yesterday. Like even last night. I am running low on vittles though. Hey, shout out Nucci. Good job. Fingers crossed for you. Man, not even synthwave is working on my brain right now. Guess we got to go old school. Spotify's like one account, one play spot thing is a pain in the ass. That's why I'm on a family plan. Uh, but there are times it is convenient. That's annoying. Better than a code test? 7-minute PowerPoint is 5 slides, if that, depending on how fast you talk. All right, let's get to the writing portion of the stream in which I turn my brain on to writing. Oh, well, that's less fun. You know what's fun about this being a laptop webcam microphone or webcam is that it's a much shittier picture and it's coming from below up, which admittedly makes me look uh but it also hides the fact that I am in like desperate need of a haircut and just haven't made it to the because I got sick this week. Probably should have gotten a haircut like 2 weeks ago, but you guys can't tell because the camera quality is a little shitter. How is the camera quality actually though? Uh I have a it's the cat cam, the 720p cat cam. Which I don't know, I doubt would be much better than this. And like my audio quality, well, it picks up everything, like my chip bag over there. Admittedly, some of this is that I've been spoiled by NVIDIA, the NVIDIA broadcast stuff setup that I run when I'm doing stream, and I can't use because of the way the sourcing is set up. But I don't remember this laptop being particularly shitty. The only issue I have is let's see if I can get used to using a non-mechanical keyboard again. This is the laptop I write with when I'm in a coffee shop, which honestly, my living room is now basically a coffee shop. I'm at a 8 foot by 4 foot conference table, sitting on like chairs that are meant for like event centers and stuff. Honestly, they're better than most coffee table chairs. Part of the reason I'm out here too is because I don't have any arms on these chairs, so I can do the ADHD sit a little bit better. Like it's a little easier for me to do ADHD sit. So like if I just can't focus in there, I want to try focusing out here. Not that I've written a single word so far. Uh ha. I have now written a single word. Um that makes it technically a writing stream. But like give me some options to move around. And I have my big brown cozy chair that is never remotely comfortable for me in this space. But I can always try. I love that chair so much. It is a delight to sit in. And I have had it in no space where it is a delight to sit in for more than like 15 minutes for me. But the way this is working incredibly well, which leads to other possibilities about streaming other things or allowing people to remote in for D&D because none of the stuff I'm using like I can send the link. I sent the link to OBS. I could just text somebody the link to see my camera. And while on a laptop it's not a good choice, it's not hard to get a decent wide angle lens kind of thing. You know, oh shit. I got to make sure that's on my list still. I'm going to say the one thing I have failed to do in this living room, I have two things. I have a projector that's not going to work right now with the setup it's in, and I need to get a whiteboard because a whiteboard for D&D is a great idea. I say like anybody can read my handwriting. And my lighting's pretty good right now, right? Yeah, it looks pretty good. Eh, yeah, yeah, my lighting's pretty good. It's weird. I'm in the corner of the living room that's actually the darkest, but because that means the light sources are coming from the other sides of the living room, this looks pretty decent to me. Uh, but I do need to figure out another light source for like literally over here. Oh yeah, I can do this stream. My wall of books and then the light source. The only thing I can't do is give us a cat cam again. Which also stream, if you want to get upset, currently the phone I have that I cannot use as a spare phone is a Pixel 9a. And the phone I am using is a Samsung like A120, which is the as like my actual primary phone as like a because which is such a bad phone that like phone resellers won't take it. Um but the 9A I have is carrier locked right now. And I don't know if my friends who gave it to me can uncarrier lock it for another like 6 months or something. Uh, and they're busy with their own children and things, and so they haven't looked yet. Or if I have to give that back to them and just buy a 9A finally, and again turn my. Every so often I do shit like this, and I deliberately did not buy an iPad. I bought a very nice e-reader that I really like and I don't use enough. Uh, but every so often I do shit like this, and I'm like, man, I should just have an iPad, right? Like this setup calls for an iPad to be the second screen. Or, or I have a piece of shit Chromebook. I have a piece of shit Chromebook. I don't think I flashed it with Windows. Oh no, it has Windows. It's not technically a Chrome. It's not a Chromebook technically. I don't think I flashed anything weird onto it. Yeah, that's probably the answer. I have also a very old laptop that is very beaten up and mostly just is done, but was capable of playing WoW at one point, so has a little bit of juice to it. I have a Dell, an HP, and an Asus laptop lying around my apartment. This is what happens when you don't throw anything away. Damn, the Chromebook's the right answer. I just have a Chromebook with chat over here. No, actually, I do because sometimes those excavations are very useful for me. Much like everybody who has hardware lying around and excavates each other's. I need to get another 4 terabyte drive for my NAS that's over my head too. HDDs aren't going up in price yet, right? We're not in an HDD apocalypse yet. Am I going to drink a Sprite this late at night? Yeah. This is why I don't like having soda around, but I'm trying to be a little bit better about stocking just miscellaneous things in my apartment so that when I have people over, which I'm trying to do more frequently. Did you just have a spare Optiplex? I mean, I guess I spent like $30 on my Optiplex, so I don't care. The audio struggles a little bit with these more complex tones of uh of the Halo music, which is a bummer because this is one of my favorite tracks. Is the audio choppy? Am I choppy? Yeah, I am. Okay. All I did was Alt Tab there, so that's got to be a CPU bottleneck, right? I don't remember what the I do now is in response to. Oh, you have a spare. Yeah, okay. Hey, look at that. That's ironic. I need to finish that setup. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that after my surgery. I have to take a whole another week off this month. It's a pain in the ass. I'm not happy that I took a week off, and I took a couple days off last week or 2 weeks ago because I was utterly fatigued. I took 2 days off, 2.5 days off. I do not want to. I will have taken most of February off, and I'm not happy about that. uh, don't know how that happened, but I might ping you like in a couple days because I'm supposed to take a whole week off for surgery, even though it's a nose surgery. Well, we'll wait. We'll wait, Nucci. All right. While we wait, also hi everybody else. Hi Nucci, welcome back. I was saying I have to take a whole week off at the end of the month for nose surgery, which feels like it will be a lot more. It's a lot more precautionary than I'm running fevers all week. My ass is down, right? Like I took Friday off because I went into work Monday. Might as well just, and I was out the middle 4 days, middle 3 days. Yeah, middle 3 days. I might as well just take Friday off. Like my boss isn't gonna get mad at me about it, and I'm still coughing, so like let me just get out of here. Uh and I probably could have done I was starting to do things on Friday a little bit more. But I ended up went to urgent care, and then I spent an hour and a half waiting for my meds. I've never seen my pharmacy that I go to that packed before. Uh so it like I ate up the last half of my day and then D&D Friday. But what are the words? I might make my NAS the project I do while I'm recovering from nose surgery. Because even though the nose surgery calls for me to be recovering for a week, I sincerely doubt that it's going to be like a whole ass I can't move, my brain no worky that me being sick the last two times I've been sick has been. Although admittedly, this one sucked. Fevers suck. I am old. My body no handle them very well. Um, Sinus and cough suck. But the one I got 2 weeks ago, I just woke up on a Sunday with no emotions. That's why we didn't have stream 2 weeks ago. Oh, that was in January. Haha. I haven't lost all of February. But oh. Uh yeah, I just woke up on Sunday. I was so sick. I had just no emotions. There was no energy left for emotions, and that kept me going for until Tuesday, which was a very weird experience. I'm alt tabbing. We might get a little fucky. Okay, you guys should have lost music audio because it was starting to get weirdly choppy in a way that was annoying me. So we're going to go back to basically the setup I had before, which is that you got stream. Oops. Stream doesn't get audio. Only I get audio, which is fine. That's the way stream normally is. This will be a very good test. I just moved it over to my side, which is honestly probably better for this entire jury rig setup because now Parsec is not actively trying to um, stream complex audio on top of everything else. Oh, interesting thing. I don't have a hotkey to switch to my break screen. So if I need a break, I have to literally like tab over, switch screens, hit the, and then come back. But 1 second. Okay. I had to do sick people things. Eh, the button stopped working in Parsec. I don't know how the fuck that happened. Well, yeah, I'll probably give you a ring. Huh, well, that's an interesting issue. A button stopped working in Parsec. Well, I guess you know what actually is really interesting about this? I can close Parsec and you guys will still hear me. Because everything is running off the tower. And my video camera is just coming in from buttons back. So I can mess around with Parsec over here. Oh, Control Shift D is switch display. But I can mess around with my Parsec, and it doesn't actually interrupt stream at all. Oh, I bet Control Shift D gets sent to my, what is immersive mode? Oh. Nice. Okay. Okay. We're making some headway here. Just figuring out some things. Yes, Nucci, thank you for popping in and being my like testing board for this thing. Also, hi to the other 5 or other 4 viewers hanging out in stream and lurking. That's totally fine. I will actually get to some writing, but this has been a pretty effective like let's test this out and see what happens. Thank you guys for putting up with that while I mess with things. Let's go back to seeing if the synthwave works for my brain. Oh man. I didn't save the band that Azure turned me on to last week. State of Azure, yeah. State of Azure. Is it them? Might have been them. Feels like it was them. Some good, just old classic synthwave stuff was like all I needed. This one is somebody put together a playlist of synthwave for Mech Warriors. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? It's synthwave that does work on my brain very effectively. I am a lot more awake right now and like than I usually am in stream. And I don't know if I can credit that to just being sleepy in the morning or if I've really fucked up with my stimulants today. It might be both. All right, let's hear Derelicts. This is the stuff that I would like never go see in concert. It's just not my concert scene, but it's stuff that is so good for me to just listen to. I not have the oomph I needed to. This is more a little more ambient than. I'll give him a second though. I just need to remember I need to go look up synthwave sometimes because there was another band that I think is saved in my YouTube music, but not in my Spotify. Because why use just one music source, right? And that doesn't even count the one that I actually own all the music on. Uh, but it's like Tokyo 80s Tokyo style synthwave, and I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what I need. Oh, we good? We good? I can't tell what thing just froze. Doesn't look like anything. Okay. That's fine. Whatever. Did I freeze on stream? Or did I freeze on my stream preview? I think I froze on my stream preview. That's fine. I can work with that. Oh, God, I can hear myself again. No. Carbon based life forms is really solid. They're a little too ambient for me. Need to explore some synthwave stuff, though. All right. That was an hour. Well, okay. There was like 2 hours of trying to figure out why browser source wasn't working, only to realize that my OBS just keeps getting stuck on an update. And that was before stream. I was like, that was an hour of me being completely distracted, but justifiably with a new setup. Before I focus, I'm going to go see where the cat is. Oh. Oh no. I broke my headphones at one point, which is why they've got all this duct tape on them. Which means I got to be careful about opening them too wide before they fall apart. They got smashed in a door frame, in a door while camping. It was very unfortunate. It's definitely degraded their comfortability. Oh, hi. Come here. Man, my desk is like 5 feet. It's a decent sized desk, but working on this like for where I can just push things like literally 5 feet away from me and just be like, well, that's gone. Like I don't have to think about that now. There's a delight to working on a table this large. You know, I could get a cheap camera arm off Amazon. Hook it up there, or get the document reader I've been meaning to get, which is more expensive. Uh, but I could do Gundam builds and like all manner of things on this table if I don't want to be in my office. Nice. One of my questions was how do I build this into how do I add a like I have a 2 bedroom apartment now. It is not 10 steps to move across my apartment. So one of my questions has been how do I get around to oh, oh, weird. That's on the wrong screen. One sec stream. In the box. Sorry, stream. I just realized I can give you guys stream audio. Although you're fucking good luck. You're gonna get ads apparently, but because I have Parsec's audio disabled, uh, hey, come here, come here. What are you doing over there? You get over here. Yeah. Hi. Fuck me, I guess. I thought the cat was coming over here. All right. I know I'm in a spot where I don't think this scene is fully working, but I need this scene to be here, which means the scene will get adjusted a bunch. But I think honestly, the issue is this argument here. I guess I don't need to do a ton of work. Uh, Technically, the Carnarvon language, it's been 11,000 years. I guess the language is still alive. So I should develop the Carnarvon language and let and then like go and just take most of the language, but take all these loan words out of it the way I've been meaning to. I was like, at 11,000 years, any idiosyncrasies in the Dralian language, based on the fact that like I still don't know what I'm doing when it comes to conlanging like properly, can be like fobbed off onto these other imperialized languages as like, well, no, it's there, but I should do some veracity and give them some more good swear words besides bachot, which may not make sense for like more of a canine mouth, but it's too good of a swear to give up. So, oh. It's the cough I've been dealing with for the last the last week basically. I wrote another word. That's funny. There is a slight input lag, which is fair given what I'm doing to the systems here. Uh, um, that just every so often will probably trip me up. How do you even proprietary? You know what? Some of the bugs me is me say using big words. Especially without letting them finish their presentation, is an offense beyond the pale. Okay. James, question the academic integrity of one of our presenters, especially without letting them finish their presentation. Beyond. Your researches results are your research's results are frankly hard to believe. Are frankly astonishing. Especially. Should not have to question your academic integrity. My incredulity should mean good. Giving you the one opportunity. Gracefully from the conference. But after that, there's no room for it. We have a zero tolerance. I'm aware is shared by a number of after that. Oh, well, ah, Man, when the stimulants wear off, I'm just gonna just like turn off. That's what we're competing against here, stream. Chewing up the battery on my phone. Not literally, thankfully. Do I have another long extension cord lying around? No, I don't think so. Oh, good stretch. Good stretch. You know, despite an hour of talking, this does like I don't have the screens. I can't get randomly on the internet. I mean, I can, but like clearly it breaks everything. So okay, I like the tweaks I've done here that give it more of Misei's blunt attitude. She's not couching it behind layers of like, uh, like she's being polite here, but she's not being. I could make her less polite. Of everybody, she could be more of a bitch. Well, she's not really being a bitch, but she could be ruder about this. What we're gonna do? We're gonna do the thing I like to do. Ruder. She is a being on her best behavior, and she is probably better at that. She's worse at it than Kware is. But there's like, different forms of being like, I'm gonna be rude to this person. Plants. Which oh, this is where I run into a problem. Well, I guess not, because I have my OneNote open on my home PC or on the laptop. It just means I don't get to side by side some stuff. Let me set a cooler. Nisei is aggressive, protective, stubborn, wry, sarcastic, loud, and brash. Nisei is also currently working as a mechanic. Oh no, Mise is currently working as a medical imaging technician. That feels. I know I gave Mise like a deliberately small job, but she's a Noctavagia. Uh, Specifically a green mage of like the poison ivy scale. I feel like her working as a medical imaging tech is one of those like, what do you mean that's what you're doing for your job? And you're like a genius in your, side job. But that is also like of a fairly decent veracity to life, right? Like this is just a character who likes mechanical work, likes engineering repairs, likes forging, but and is a couple of years older than Kware. The same age as Kware. 2 years younger than Kware. My bad. Uh is not from a major family. Uh is a lefty. Oh, I can't use a gust. It's real. Mise is gonna swear at people. Oh, we're in. This is the artist I was thinking of, Yoko Rade. Uh, it's got that real, and I think Gooseneck is and Synthetics are the ones I heard first, but it's got that real synthwave, like 80s cyberpunk Japan kind of feel to it, and it's so good. There we go. Real rude. Oh. Is pushback really 2 words? It doesn't look right. That's for you. What if Misei just calls him a fucker? Like, what if we just make Misei significantly ruder across the board? It's not racism that she's upset about here, because like where are my obscenities? They're there. Maybe it becomes eye gouger. That's a good point, me. Uh, mm, we'll use Soda Deck for now. So I'm giving you the one opportunity to retire gracefully from the conference. It's for you. Soda Deck. I notice that. You're completely comfortable running. One sec, stream. I've distracted myself. I'm not closer to the kitchen here, but it feels like I'm closer to the kitchen because I can see it. You might get some extra noise. Since I'm up, I'm gonna hit the restroom. The fastest way for me to turn to break screen is to walk all the way to my actual office. Oh, there we go. Hi, stream. I deliberately separated the remote stream and the local stream, but that means that I will probably click the wrong button periodically. As is tradition with my stream, I got more food. That was not remotely graceful in a way. I didn't get the extra large version of these chairs. So crisscross is not that comfortable, but surprisingly comfortable. It bugs me. I have 2 lamps in here. It bugs me how dark this room is. Oh, do I have an Aegis slur? I do need mushroom swears. Do I have a slur related to age? I should. I have a positive. Right? I built a two-way. Sort of togue. Yeah. Insane. Shouldn't hinge. Barely. The oath you swore. My dear friend. Made abundantly clear. Every guest this highlight on. I don't think chat's been paused for like the last hour on my side screen here. I think everybody's just been quiet. But just in case, chat might have been just completely null for the last hour and I just haven't noticed. The entire let's highlight the resounding success. Arlen Javetic. To highlight the resounding successes. Revising the Nox Fagia. Or reviving, not revising. Despite centuries of pushback. I still feel like pushback should be one word. Oh, I'm down to 2 viewers. That's fine. Shit's been getting done. Words are actually getting written, guys. Wow. I said that and probably distracted myself, but you know. Oh wow, we just chewed through the last of the Yuko stuff. The other nice thing about sticking to some of this stuff, music wise, is that they're people. They're not just AI bullshit. Honestly, I'm glad this has been as stable as it has been. The only issue I have, which will be rectified, I think, by just grabbing a spare laptop instead of using my phone, is that my phone has to be plugged into my external battery right now. Annoying, but not the end of the world. I just saw you small-minded idiot. It's the etymology of idiot. Oh, comes from the Greek idiotis. It's from oh, weird. Which comes from eidos, which means to own or private. Oh, a private person as opposed to something like a magistrate. Huh. That is fascinating. So it's just a lay person, a person lacking in any professional skill, which was used insultingly and then it just became uneducated person. Huh. That's cool. Oh. Smaller minded is definitely an insult, but what if I get a little more creative with it? Something about lacking mental flexibility. Stone minded. Is there anything about being overly rigid as a mushroom? Ew! Ew, my hip. Ew. I'm getting types of mushroom. Oh, that's cool. How old is that? I bet Stream didn't like what I just did. 10 years ago, huh? What's a good insult for somebody myopic, maybe? Briefly, hide my camera is probably the fastest way to. Oh, but it reveals that. I don't like that. we're gonna leave that. That way. Oh yeah, I've had no alerts today. That's really funny. I think I finally got my alerts working. There we go. That way, if I turn off my camera and I get an alert on my computer, hopefully it doesn't pop up and I don't dox a friend. Because that'd be pretty shitty. Oh. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Okay. That was really funny. Did my button go away again? No. Haha. So yes. Immortal. Big part. What's a fun way to say small-minded? Oh, that was a good pop. To say small-mindedness without small-mindedness. Something related to mushrooms or the stars? Can't use bird brain. Oof. I haven't checked back in on the audio. How's the stream audio going? Hmm. Hold on, I got distracted stream. Hey, Washington Wizard. No, my bed does not appear is indeed not red. Is my mic muted? Hold on. Okay. No, I think I just distracted myself for a second. Yeah, I am somewhat uh welcome both of y'all. This is a sci-fi fantasy story. I don't have a good pitch because the story changed out from underneath me a couple too many times. So this is a sci-fi fantasy story that's really focusing in on the characters, like that like late 20s life plan has gone to shit kind of story, while also being in like an action, something of a political thriller. This is leaning a little heavier on the political thriller, a little bit less on the life plans gone to shit uh, chunk of things. It follows non-human immortals in the sense that you can shoot them and they die, but old age doesn't get them kind of immortality, which is honestly the some of the best and most tragic immortality out there. Uh, and there are words. I I spent the first hour of the stream just chatting, and now the words are escaping me. Uh, but one of the funny things that I run into doing that is uh no, but kind of. There will be at various points. It's not a major focus of the story, but uh and maybe not in this book. I don't think I can reliably write good romance. Definitely nothing spicy, but uh I do like a good romance is cute. Uh Depending on, like not spicy, but like having a decent romance in the story is fun. As it's just character growth. It's a kind of enhanced uh I guess enhanced character, like character relationship literally development. Uh Definitely I don't think I will ever write spicy. Uh heightened character relationship, right? Versus like a bunch of friends. Uh but I don't think there's a huge difference between the two, really. Uh but one of the things have walked myself face first into is I am deep in world builder disease territory. Oh, part of I'm doing a like literally a new tech setup right now. Well, I guess 1 second. I'll be right back. Ah. Huh. There we go. Hold on. I'm in my living room right now for most of my or for the stream itself. Oh, interesting. The stream music. Oh no, okay, it's still going. But I have like deep world builder disease, so I'm writing a like I said, non-human culture based society with lots and lots of various world building elements built into that, including not that I've done more than one right now, but at some point I need to get around to writing multiple conlangs. Uh, but one of the funniest parts about that is that it continually leads me into the rabbit hole of, all right, well, I can't use that word. Uh, so, 1 second. I messed up. I have chairs in the wrong spot. Uh, but words. So yeah, I'm struggling slightly with I need a way for the characters to say like you were being a small-minded asshole. Uh well, I have the word like but trying to think of a fun way to say it rather than like you're being small-minded because this scene is at an academic like magic conference. Uh and we just had a character be like, "Oh, you mortals. I notice you don't have any immortal like any elves on your team. Uh like why don't you have any elves on your team?" And I have a character being like, "Listen, motherfucker, pay attention." Well, sort of deck. Uh it'd be sort of by is fucking. But is like, "Listen, you little like you sort of deck. We that's not a we said that wasn't okay. Like you can't do it's not racism and it's there is a lot of like, well, I'm like 3,000 years old, so like your entire family's life work is kind of cute to me, right? Like that's just kind of a reality of the setting. Uh it's really funny to see you guys throwing all the obscenities around because I don't remember all of the obscenities off the top of my head. I do remember Surah and most of its tenses, but every so often I'm like, what the fuck is that? What did I do? Uh, uh, but I'm trying to have her just be like, the whole point of this conference is to highlight work that like doesn't uh that doesn't fit neatly in your little like small-minded worldview. And I'm trying to think of fun ways to say that. The two major religions are star-based and mushroom-based to some extent. Rikaku is technically a different type of racial slur. My favorite, because I've got like the Draker, which is the main immortal species way of saying fuck, which is Sura. But then I have the I need more mushroom related swears. All my swears that I have are star or magic based. Uh but then oh, not all of them, but a lot of them are. There's I think one of these is just shit because I think every language needs a shit. But one of the loan words from a like one of these mortal species, which are like wolf people, is bachot. Please suggest some mushroom related curse words. But I have bachot as a swear word, as that it means fuck. It's just from a different language, and that one is my favorite of the like curse words. It's just the one that feels the most right. I have really good memory too, and or the ability to rewind time slightly. But you know, damn. So I'm trying to think of a fun way for this character to just be like to call this person small-minded, but not use just small-minded. And I will probably waffle on this for another 5 or 10 minutes and then wander off of it. I even like the idea of something like who don't fit into the like overly small library you've constructed. The only problem with the setup I'm in right now is that I can't easily alt tab to show you guys the OneNote file anymore. Uh, so I was like, I do have grammatical rules. I don't think is exists, but you know. uh, Joe. In big part to highlight the outstanding work being done. Doesn't fit in your not as much as I want to. I have too many thousand hobbies, but until the last couple of years, I did ballroom dance. I do reenactments, play board games, play video games. I need to get back. I want to get into sword fighting instead of ball. Ballroom is very expensive. I adore ballroom, but there's a sword fighting gym for like less than a third of the price, kind of nearby. Ballroom dance is a lot of fun. Uh, if you're enough of a nerd to go to anime conventions, it is a great way to meet women who are elderly or married. If you're young enough to still be in college, I highly recommend the ballroom dance clubs at colleges. That is a great way to meet women. Outside of that, you get kind of in the mix a little bit. Although that's not true because the the McMinimans locally to me did a history through the ages, and I waltzed the entire night with a dozen women. So like there are still occasions for it. My favorite waltz song is a Viennese waltz. Oh, yeah, it's a Viennese waltz. And my dance teacher is a delightfully evil woman who had me do the Carol of the Bells by the Trans Siberian Orchestra. To be fair, we got baited into it, but that is a fast fucking song, and the waltz routine I did to it, the Viennese I did to it, was amazing. I do Roman reenacting, so normally when I'm playing around with a sword, it's a short sword and a shield. The place I would be doing it would be longsword focused. It'd be Hema longsword, and I want to do that, and then I want to get into spear fighting. I think spear fighting would be a lot of fun. But uh, but yeah, the Trans Siberian Orchestra, Carol of the Bells is a blast. No, thankfully. I mean, we play with like I have set things up to play around with them, but never in a real life situation. I don't love this phrasing here, but we're gonna keep it because I think there's a fun idea in there. God no. Well, are we fighting by kendo rules? Well, no, I'm deeply out of shape right now. But are we playing kendo rules or are we gonna play so my background is I did MMA and Eskrima fighting, which is stick fighting. I wanted to do kendo really badly until I like learned about kendo, and I did fencing for a while. Uh, and yes, but only because the way kendo works is that it's a sport, and Eskrima and MMA are they're still sports, but they're a little more realistic. The issues I have with kendo are like it's a very like one it's a very such a ritualized thing that what happens when you get blocked and then the person punches you in the face, right? Kendo doesn't account for that. It's why I want to do HEMA so badly, because HEMA accounts for that. It's if you go watch HEMA fighters at various Ren fairs, like it's also really funny to watch like armored knights fighting at Ren fairs, because half the time it's the sword exchange is about 2 seconds, and then they just grab each other and they're punching each other, or they're rolling, or they're grappling each other. Uh, right, but Kendo trains bad habits. Kendo trains sports habits. So does fencing. Uh, it's one of the issues I had with doing fencing. Uh, like Olympic style fencing, is that they train bad sport habits, which they're sports. They should train those habits. Those habits are actually safer, but they're less fight based habits. Eskrima is a sport, but it's also a live martial art that is used as a fighting art. So it has a little bit less sport habit built into it. And I mean, HEMA's a sport habit, right? But it's based off a live combat to some extent, or it's based off the trainings you would do for actual combat, less than. I was really sad when I learned, because I like kendo. I think a katana is a lot of fun. There's never enough time in the day for all the things I want to do. I have a longbow over in the corner across the room, and I know how to shoot uh, bows, and I'd love to just go spend time at a range shooting bows. But like, I'm doing something every weekend, kind of thing. Huh? I wouldn't know that about kendo. The other thing I need to go learn how to do is actually go learn how to shoot. Uh, which is just one of those weird things. Like I know plenty of folks who know how to do that, and I've just never gotten around to going to do it. It gets added to the endless pile of things to do. Which the other thing that gets added to the endless pile of things to do is write more. Which is part of why I'm doing these streams. Normally I do them Sunday mornings, uh, 10 Pacific ish, 10:30 Pacific to 3 ish in the afternoon. But I way overdosed on various both prescribed and like caffeine related stimulants, and so my brain is working really well. I'm This is also the first day I'm like genuinely not sick, even though I sound a little bit stuffed up still and stuff. So like, uh yeah, I made a mistake. I took 2 of my Adderall this morning, and so my apartment is clean. Like I've done shit today. And then I wanted tea. And so I'm like, well, I'm just going to ride this and get some work done. But my goal is to try to stream more than once a week, because, as you can see from the delightful counter at the bottom of the screen, uh, this book is almost done. And if I was a little better at focusing on shit, probably would have been done last year. I would have at least liked to have gotten it to a place where I could have spent the time to write up draft when Worldcon was in Seattle last year, because that's probably the most talking about my writing to people face to face I'm gonna do. Yes. Also, thank you for the follow. I saw that, Washington Wizard. My alert didn't go off. I thought I fixed almost everything else, but apparently not that. Whatever. Or it did go off and I didn't notice it. But I spent some time today fixing a bunch of technical stuff, which mostly just involved forcing OBS to update all the way. Have a good night, Washington Wizard. Doesn't need it. Yeah. Don't like the. It was funny. I came into this really not liking the scene, and what I did was I just made the character who's talking, who's not the main character of the story, but I'm trying to highlight like some of her friends helping her with this event. Uh, I just made her be ruder, includes swearing at people. And I was like, wow, that actually gave this like a spark to it, which was really funny. So, Look at this wonderful way to dismiss the work of people who don't have our gift of time. They say, are you mushroom or are you star? God damn it. Sorry, Sherman. Oh, you're an undefined religion. But you do drool in your sleep, apparently, you say. Uh, okay. Do I have religious demographics for Iraka? Do I have religious demographics for the Empire or the Imperium? Or, I guess, the historical empire? Religion is under culture, right? Yeah. Actually, let's see if I can do this the right way. Did I fuck up? Hey, I didn't fuck up. All right. Arms and armor, botany, culture, culture. Religions. Are we duty of the oath, or are we faith of the of unity, which don't actually worship mushrooms, but use a lot of mushroom image iconography and imagery in there. Uh, what are we feeling? Are we feeling faith of the oath? Are we feeling? I know faith of the oath is the primary faith. I feel like there's a religion tab somewhere else that's deeper than this. Oh, there we go. I know I've done more work than this on the faith of the on the faith of unity. Where did I put it though? Maybe I did put it all here. Huh. Wild. Uh, did I put it in the Imperium? Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. My undergrad was sociology, and I started writing all this in middle school, junior high. Uh, Obviously, I've gotten a lot better as a writer since then. Uh, but one of the major changes was going to university and digging into sociology. And I love the way everything kind of interlocks within itself. I hate the way everything interlocks within itself. Like one of the most like heartbreaking, brain breaking things was figuring out what their clocks look like and then building like cultural expectations in around their clocks, but also like what are the names of the days of the week? uh the operative assumption I've baked into kind of this system is that at the second measurement it's the same, like they use the same second as we do. After that they use base 9 numbers for everything. uh so there are 36, because I hate myself. They have four fingers on a hand, or they have a three fingered and one thumbed hand. And so but it has three knuckles still, so they count by, which is a real way people count it, but they count one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. That is their base system. Uh, Could have been worse. Could have been base 6, right? If you consider base 6 would have been. But I went with base 9. But that means that there are our seconds line up because at this point, and I could be wrong, but a second is basically the oscillation of a quartz crystal. You can use the oscillations of quartz crystals at some base measurement, so that adds up to about whatever. But roughly, the seconds line up. But there are 63 seconds to a minute. And so everything after even a minute, right? Everything after that becomes chaotic. But also the one of the core like underlying assumptions setups about this thing is even if we go back and I have history, I have stories like 12,000 years earlier in the timeline. It's 8,000 years earlier in the timeline. Six, regard. But I have stories and I have history from like 20,000, 30,000 years ago. The fantasy empire was able to travel across these like naturally kind of in betweens. Like the spots where you can kind of go between worlds or realms. And it's worlds, right? These are worlds connected together. Uh so they've had a manufactured calendar, which is why the calendar has exactly 36 days in a month and 9 months in a year. Which fitting seasons into that is not a fun time. Uh but it's stuff I really enjoy. But I think one of my favorite questions, and I don't know if I've actually come up with an answer to it for this world, is there's a lot more math in world building than people tell you. Like one of the things is the original empire is a like twin homeworld setup where there are two planets that are very similar to each other but are separated by significant distances like in space but are connected by these magical portals, and they consider both of them their home worlds, even though technically a lot more of. And so at some point when the Civil War hits, like the home worlds divide. And so you have which is more where we are in the history now. You have the Imperium, the Iridathkin Imperium, uh, and the Sudethkin Dominion. Uh, but like both of those homeworlds have unique numbers of moons. And at some point, I'm gonna have to do lunar orbital mechanics on a multi-body problem on a multi-body lunar system. I didn't go to school for math. I mean, I technically did in my undergrad, but I didn't intentionally go to school for math. There's a lot of math in world building that nobody tells you about. I was checking about religion. Okay, there's nothing here. Uh, One of the things I had to do, aside from giving them at least a second religion, and there's a couple other religions in existence, uh, but was figure out what their core grain staple is going to be and some stuff like that. Because, but one of my favorite questions, like I was saying, is well, how do they go to the bathroom? Like they're humanoid, they're elven esque, right? Like so they go to the bathroom like you and I go to the bathroom. But do they use toilet paper? Do they use a brush? Do they use bidet? Do they use something else? Do they have magic based? And it's like it's a very simple question, but then it starts spiraling of like, okay, so if they use toilet paper, when did they invent the toilet paper? Because like we invented toilet paper relatively recently. Like the Romans used a brush. It was a communal brush. But the Chinese, I believe, were using toilet paper for a lot longer than, like there's a lot you could like rabbit hole your way down. And it's literally just about toilet paper. That's right. Iraka has a trilunar. a trinary lunar system. Uh, the goal the goal behind both these religions is that they both believe they have a duty uh, to reality because they're immortal. Like theoretically, any one of these people you kill by being a bandit, you have erased literally thousands of years of history and an uncountable amount of history before or after that point. Most there's like I think the oldest person is in the 15K range. Like the odds of you getting killed randomly are, at some point you're just the dice don't roll your way. Uh but I had to be like, all right, cool. Why are these immortals out here fighting wars with mortals or getting involved with mortals? And so I had to build religions that both encourage these immortals to go out and interact with the world. And so the duty of the oath, basically, the argument is that they descended from the firstborn. Everybody's descended from the firstborns, uh, but we're given the duty to rule reality when the firstborns became the stars. Uh, and the Civil War basically divides along some of these religious lines of like, what does that look like? Do you wipe out all the mortals because they keep causing problems? Do you subjugate them? Do you work with them? Like, do you kind of like mentor them? Things like that. I don't remember what I did with the mycelia. Sorry, the faith of unity. Uh, it's very similar stuff. Of it's their job to be the guardians of the mycelia, versus which again I'm torn on mycelia, but it's their job to be the guardians of this mycelia. Immortals are fully matured souls who are responsible for the guidance of all others. One has reincarnation, one does not. All kinds of things like that. I just alt tabbed and I realized that that's not the effect I needed it to be. There we go. I also did a bunch of stuff about architecture and like architectural styling, because again, I'm wandering around and I can't just be like, yeah, those Roman columns over there. Uh, I am. I have considered going back for a linguistics degree, like a second graduate degree, but in linguistics, to help me with the conlanging. But I will continue to insist what I have done is not what normal people need to do. It is a disease and or calling to get to the level of detail that I'm at. But like it's this weird like, all right, I need names for my non-humans. I literally can't call anybody James. Uh, After the seventh, eighth character that I've like just thrown together some random names for. Uh, I mean, I'm a pantser. Like, I'm not writing to an outline, right? Uh, and I did that for many years. Again, I started writing this in middle school. This came out of me and my friends playing on playgrounds. Uh, so I got, I believe, about 30 first names or 30 names ish that I had like come up with over the years. Being like, what sounds cool? Like Alari, that's like kind of. And I what I fell into was like, all right, well, but names have meanings. I have an Evelyn. Evelyn is a name that exists in this language, and a Raiden, which is a standard name, like a. But I was like, at some point, I'm hitting my head into a wall of like, all right, but why am I throwing these random letters and words together? And like, actually, would be really nice to be able to do is go to like babynames.com, grab a list of like 20 names, and convert those over to uh like this language. And so like we get down into these 82 names, uh and I'm like, all right, well, the name Kelvin is a fun one that means narrow river. And I'm like, all right, let me generate some versions of narrow river. And so like technically speaking, a character named Tavoik is literally just Hannah, but I can't use Hannah. Uh, and you can see kind of the thought. And so what I did with this main language was, I know some Japanese, enough Japanese to get myself into trouble, and I'm an English speaker, so like I know enough Latin to get myself into trouble. And I like to mix, and I was like, well, these are my two favorite things. Let me just mix these together. Uh, and so what I would do is I would go be like, all right, Kayla means slender. All right, what is that in Latin? What is that in Japanese? All right, let me just take some structure, bits and pieces and smash them together. Which I don't think either of these ever got finished. Uh, and then at some point, you get deep enough down the rabbit hole, right? Well, you're like, well, okay, but what does, how do I say old stone in this language? And so at some point, you're deep enough down a rabbit hole that you're like, oh, I did. Kayla became a last name of Slender slash Fine, and it's Hosupen. At some point, you get deep enough down a rabbit hole that you're like, well, all right, time to go, like, but it's a lot of that. It tends to be a lot of things like this of like, yeah, like I started with this, which is like, well, I started with randomly making things up. Yes. Uh, Here are the grammatical rules. Uh, it's structured similar to Japanese, but not fully like Japanese. So it goes verb, object, subject. Uh, so if you want to say the tea was too hot, it's tiavo shia mavarian. But if you're gonna say Jane is a tea maker, it's Jane vo fakuradek. Uh, or like I made tea, they don't use an I. Uh, or they do. There is a way to say I, but it's not much like Japanese. It's not used a lot. So it's fakuren sitia. Rules zensira is the I part of that. Jane and I made tea is fakuren sitia rules zensira ed Jane. You made tea is fakuren sitia. Rule ial technically. Uh, I think I'm missing the, but I don't think I'm gonna keep. Like I don't. And then I've got verb tenses, which is why when everybody was popping off about the swear words, I was like, no, I can tell you like what the tenses of the swear words are. A lot of this A lot of this stuff came from my failed efforts to learn Spanish and Japanese, but like I know what's important in a language to some extent. Uh, and then the thing I fucked myself with is it's a trinary gender structure of male, female, neutral. Uh, but I gave myself like Japanese uses a bunch of bullshit counting uh tenses. Like if it's flat, like paper flat, you use one counting system, but if it's round like a ball, you use a different counting system. I don't know why they did that. It uh I because I was literally just messing around, uh and I had like in my like free play with language, I had come up with multiple different ways that the language was referring to gender, specifically with family relation, like with relationships. And I was like, well, shit, I don't want to like change these. I like the way all of these sound. I was like, all right, that's fine. There are three different ways to gender a word. Uh, and thankfully, because this is not a like, I'm not a linguist. I have not constructed a language. I have no idea what that's about. We're gonna just delete that. That's probably been there for years. I've not like constructed a language that you can go learn. My goal is not to develop Klingon. It's not true anymore. My original goal was not to develop Klingon. So like, hopefully, you never have to deal with the fact that like, uh, there's some of this weirdness in here. One of the things though is that the language that I've done all the work in is the like the ruling imperial language. Uh, there are more than these, but at the very least, one, two, three, four, five other languages that have been in close contact or in like conquered by the main Dralian language, including the one that gives us my favorite swear word, which is bachot. Uh, but what I realized is, especially the Carnavan language and the Halinwa language, there's like 30,000 years of these people being subjugated. Technically, they've kept their language alive still, but it's a little more ceremonial and stuff. But a lot of that language would have been fed into this language, especially because while the immortals still outnumber everybody, it went from like 70, 70-30% to it's like 52%. And so I'm going to need a lot of loan. I'm going to need to go into these other languages and steal loan words and bring those loan words into my language, especially in places where like the logic of my language has been fucked up. It's really easy to just be like, oh, those are loan words, right? Like, oh, they grabbed, like, I just did it badly. And it's like, why would you pronounce this thing this way? Like, everything else is pronounced this way, like, uses this type of pronunciation. And I'll be like, they just took it from other people and it's stuck. But that means I need to develop at least five more languages. And one of them is an imperializing language of its own. Uh, Although Dralian's going to be a little bit more like English than French. Uh, but yeah, like again, I don't need to do any of that. 90% of this work is not going to be stuff that you see as the reader, right? The goal is for the reader to feel the presence of a detailed grammatical structure, uh, but most of the places you're going to feel that are when characters are swearing, casting spells, or using the names of places. Like I'm not gonna use the random letters or the words for tea, right? The character's gonna be like, give me some tea, although tea is a bad example in that case, potato or something. Like I'm not gonna be fucking potatoes, man. Fucking potatoes. They don't have potatoes, they have other related tubers. They're not Andean based. Uh like most of the time what we where it pops up uh is in swearing. It's in familial language discussions. So like I'm not saying that our sort of tog can't do good work. Is the gender neutral term for like niece nephew, and it's their it's not a pejorative, but it's like the pet name from Immortals to Mortals. Uh, or the other one, I can't use man and woman, so I use ial is person, and so ialar or ialor is it's yeah is female or male or ial for gender neutral person or species. Helps all of a sudden. Uh, and so at no point in the story will you see things like God damn it, or well, yeah, um, or y'all, or like woman or man, and that is a choice that I have fucking made. It's not a good choice. Don't do it. There's no way this thing's getting traditionally published. I is AO3 what I have in my link right now? Yeah. I think there's a World Anvil or an AO3 link. I don't like AO3. So I think I'm going to largely shift over to World Anvil. Uh, I'm experimenting with AO3 more than actually being on AO3. Where else do you put large bodies of your work? Uh, like I do have a website. I don't use it, but I have it. It's updated recently. Uh, but putting up this project to the point I'm at right now is 80,000 words, 87,000 words, and I've got, but like overall is 120,000 words. So I need somewhere that works for that. Um, I don't know. I don't like how AO3 looks. I'm open to pushback on AO3. World Anvil, I like how it looks a lot better. But I got into AO3, so I figured I'd try it. I had stuff up on Wattpad, and literally, it's like the raws of this stuff. Uh, but I think the whole first chapter is up on AO3 and on what and it's still got, which is obviously kind of the most polished of this stuff. Although as stuff has shifted a little later, there's going to be work back in. Hey, Toast, how you doing? Yeah, I have some stuff up. Not the whole thing, but the whole thing's not done. So, like, just the first chapter. Uh, uh, Pantina. Did I spell Pantina wrong? Or is this one of those weird cases of Scrivener's? Was it Patina? It's Patina. Sorry, Scrivener. You were right. Is the I don't have the setup that I'm in right now doesn't have an easy, fast way to check. Is the string music still playing? And if so, does it sound awful? Or fine? Or barely noticeable, which is also fine. I think I got it all set up so that it doesn't go into the VOD, which is really nice. Because it means I can play some stream music and then not ruin my VOD. I'd really like to keep this VOD uh, unmuted version of this VOD. I didn't expect this to turn into a proper full-fledged stream. It was a little bit more of a technical test. Winter time is that works too. It was reliant on YouTube Music, and I think something got fucky somewhere. That's fine. This is a weirdly jury rigged setup. It'll get weird. It'll get even weirdly jury rigged by tomorrow when I pull out one of my old Chromebooks uh, to use as chat instead of my phone, or I pull up my other phone, the other phone I have lying around. But man, this is such a good playlist. Although I think at this point we're outside the playlist and into just random queue, but I am unfortunately a synthwave sucker. I feel like I looked at Scribble or something very similar to Scribble that I get emails from. Uh, right now, the advantage with both AO3 and World Anvil, Scribble Hub's not the one I'm thinking of, is while I'm posting it there, I'm not editing it. So there's a lot of AO3 again was a little bit of a it's a test. but there's a lot of oh please brackets Draker name scoffed, right? Like there's a lot of that stuff and like highlights or just my notes here of like Rooter, uh, mixed in there. So I wouldn't put anything like this on like Royal Road, Scribble Hub. I again barely felt comfortable with AO3. Uh, in that regards, but AO3 is a little bit more used to some of that like roughness. Uh, that might change. The goal is to get to the end of this, which is literally why I have a counter running. Uh, the goal is to get to the end of this story or finish this draft rather. Uh, go through, clean up a lot of these like Draker name and like draft notes, right? Uh, and then send that out to beta readers. Uh, possibly beta reader, we'll see. But send that out to some beta readers, get some feedback, clean it up a second time, take it to an editor, like pay for an editor, um, and then I think between conversations I had at Worldcon last year when it was in Seattle and at some of the Norwest Con and some of the smaller writing convention stuff, and from all the podcasts and stuff I listen to, I'm like, I don't think the story will make is something that will make a good pitch to a or to a publishing house, the major publishing houses. I might still submit it, like write up a query structure for it and query with it a little bit, or I guess that's editor regardless. But I might still do some of that work because it's part of the process. But I have a feeling this will be a self-published product. Um, because this story is a really cool political thriller. The next one, which was what this book was supposed to be originally, this book was supposed to open with the main character who we've not met at all in this chapter that I've been working on, or this scene I've been working on. She's in the chapter all over the place. Uh, so her dad is Luke Skywalker esque, um, while her mom is like Admiral Nelson. Fuck, what's her name? Harry or Admiral Harrington. Like her mom is a space specific like genius and international hero, and her dad resurrected a school of magic that was believed to have been wiped out by the Nazis, or by like magical evil beasts. uh they're both like well-known fighters. Her dad is one of the like truly elder Drakers in existence right now. uh and so you get this daughter who's like, uh well, obviously I'm going to become a soldier, which is encouraged in these societies, but like I'm going to become one of the best soldiers ever. She goes spec ops instead of fleet or marines, but same idea. She's 124 in this book, uh, and basically she gets caught up in like the political grind, and is used as basically a way to cause her parents to burn political capital to protect her. And then does some rash and things that like a 22-year-old, a 24-year-old might do conceivably, even though she's 124. uh but she's a kid by the standards of the society. There are mortals older than her, and gets like ground up. And the idea of this book was like we open with the like inciting incident that starts this process. We get like a little bit of her being like, what the fuck? And we get her doing the bad idea and then getting kicked out of the military. And barred from the military for like 2,000 years. That was all she did. That was all she wanted to be, right? She is a lieutenant in a military, at 120 in a military full of people who are 1,000 years old. She is very good at combat. Uh, she also did drama and some other things. Like she's a little more rounded of a person than like, but that was her entire life's goal. Was I'm gonna, I have these two war heroes legacies hanging over my head. I will live up to them by becoming a different but also powerful type of war hero. Hey, Atanshi. Uh, and the point of the book was supposed to be cool. Your life plan gets punched in the face and broken. What do you do now? Uh, and exploring that, right? And in the context again of these immortal magic users, and it ends with her developing SWAT effectively, like a like systemic SWAT. What? I need a rhinoplasty? Oh, punch in the face. Gotcha. I was like, I don't sound that bad, do I? I know I still sound stuffed up. Uh, but the premise, the book was supposed to be about that. And what I realized is there's too much in the story of her losing. Like it's a political thriller that is developed around her losing, getting kicked out. So this book ends with her getting kicked out of the military. Uh, but there's a whole book in the story of what happens there. Uh, and the next book goes from this like this is like a political thriller into more of a like rumination on what it means to be in your mid 20s and have your entire life plan appended and thrown out. Which it's also going to time skip by like at least a couple of years, although less than some of the other books in the series that I have loosely ideated. There's a chunk of time skip that is like 100 years because it's a blip for everybody except for the handful of mortals we've met and her birds. But this book doesn't do it, but some of the other books are going to have like it's been 5 years. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Nobody, like they don't notice 5 years. I barely notice 5 years. I'm immortal. I'm a mortal, not immortal. It's not a Pantina. Weight of Time is not a Pantina of universal truth. I've used science a bunch, and I don't. I remember I didn't want them to use science a ton. View. Is there a reverse Custard's Last Stand here? So you find yourself. It's the Battle of Bull Run? Was Custer's Last Stand, right? No, Bull Run's Confederate. The Battle of Little Bighorn. Clearly, however, overly small mental libraries of people. I don't like. I don't like that phrasing, but I don't have a better one right now, so that's why it's highlighted in yellow like this. Is it Craig without the eye? Group of cliffs. Yeah, okay, cool. We are here in big part to highlight the outstanding work being done that doesn't fit into the narrow crags that people like you pretend are plains. That's a good burn. It's a decent burn. Oh, man, am I wearing out the padding on these chairs? I'm going to be really disappointed. I spent a lot of money on these chairs. It was just that my butt hurts because it's been a minute. Convenient way to do that. Outside the narrow crags. So, so you can walk out of here. Or you'll be carried. Ah, I can't use asinine. No. Although, what's the etymology on asinine now? It's not related to ass. Well, it is, I believe, but okay, okay. Yeah, it is. It's just you get ass from it. Which just means donkey related. Which, admittedly, is distinctly likely to be there is distinctly likely to be a word related to asinine. Uh, it won't be the same word because they don't use donkeys as a beast of burden. Yes. What's that? Has the caffeine? I know the Adderall's worn off. Has the caffeine worn off? We're getting there. So, we can walk in here. It's really funny. I have walked myself back into giving myself the word ass, but it won't be ass because they don't have donkeys as beasts of burden. But they will now have a stubborn beast of burden that they will curse at because I feel like every culture needs one. My desire to use the phrase asinine has developed potentially an entirely new species of animal. Man, I do wish I could do what Avatar does and just smash two animals together, or The Last Airbender, and smash two types of animal together to be like, it's a new animal species. Although I'm not clear on the rules for that setting because there are things like wolf. Domesticated. Your primary beasts of burden. There's an oxen or an alpaca. It's got to be the alpaca, right? Ooh, is this a chance? Uh, this is a chance to pull a creature from one of the other species, or one of the sub empires. I haven't done that work. I mean, we actually do get donkeys, I think, from the Atlar at some point. uh, it might be one of the alpacas. We'll figure out what the drought animal is at some other point. But this stream has been a wonderful success on a technical end. Slightly more problematic in that these headphones are not as comfortable as I want them to be, and I'm not sure I can wear them for a chunk of time tomorrow. Uh, this is how I know I'm healthier, though, because I can do this and actually write, because that's one of the problems I've had the last couple weeks. Either walk or be carried out. Do we have time in the structure of this for him to duel her? Almost certainly not, unfortunately. Which is a huge bummer because it'd be a lot of fun to watch Misei, who is just functionally poison ivy, rip somebody a new one. I need to work Talico into this somewhere. It's the one friend we haven't seen pop up yet, but he's here. He's helping out. Ancestor Starry Tits is a great phrase. Probably not a good like a good a common phrase, but this is such a terrible pun. Of I recognize this non-native alien species food. It's really out of this world. The Fury of the Stars is a really good phrase. can't use Pony. Fucking really? Fuck. You could just substitute it out for the other one. Shit. I lost my mouse. Where's my mouse? Oh, there it is. I saw it. The problem is it is cutting off the sides of the screen to the other monitors that I don't have in front of me. God damn it, I keep hitting page down. It's infinite. Okay. I couldn't remember if it was an M or an N. For a moment. But either way, we're not coming back. For a moment, Kaler thought that Sir's earlier comments about demo charges is going to be prophetic, but she either overestimated or under. I don't have presidents. It's really funny. It's funny how often that word comes up in these settings, and I'm like, I don't have a president. So I don't know what the actual structure of these kinds of things is. My department. Go by. I have to also develop an entirely different structure for like doctor and doctoral stuff. I do miss the three monitors when it comes to like if I get really crazy with my world building right now. But I don't use them like it. I use them a lot for a lot of things, but like it only gets really bad when I'm like we're doing world building work. Industria. Oops, oops. We planned for of the stage. No. Carnarvon was their next slide. You could try. Silent formulation. They're whispering there. But we have the ability of silent formulation. Just don't feel like I've spent enough time. I don't know. Maybe I have. I might have to. That might be one of those things. You know what? There's probably a reason. It's got to be scholars or something. It can't be doctors, but as the doctors. Oh, wait. Could make it a text. Make it your Also. Uh, well. But not been slacking. It's really cool family. Can't use diabolical. That'd be true. Oh no, it's Liga. It's Strafe Steel, which is such a cooler name. Whoa, what is Telica? Speaking of, what is Telica doing? It's a very good question, you say. Talico needs more hobbies. Talico's a little light on hobbies. I need to give Talico some more work. Hmm. uh, oh, jeez. Being sick is the worst. This is occasionally where I realize a VTuber would have been really useful. Teleco needs more hobbies. Right now, his hobbies are the restoration of antique furniture and video games. He's currently working as a sanitation worker because that's his civic conscription instead of military service. He chose like civic service. That's like he's the caring, kind of empathetic negotiator of the group, the mom friend of the group. And that's all I've got on Teleco. Teleco needs more work done. That might end up being what we do tomorrow. Speaking of which, tomorrow is now less than 12 hours away. So I'm going to wrap up stream here uh, because I'll be back in less than 12 hours. So. Oh, my button broke again. We're going to wrap up stream here. This was a very successful stream, and boy, do I hope that my having the audio playing to a different track doesn't fuck up the VOD, because I want this one. Not that I ever look at my VODs, because, God, watching myself talk would be a pain. But I know there's good stuff in here that someday I might come back around to. But for now, this was a very good proof of purchase. Honestly, a good writing stream. I got a bunch of stuff